All right, let me just let people know on the socials that I am now live. Hmm. Okay, just go into on Instagram, post it on my story. Then now we go on Twitter. Oops, ain't spelling. I don't know what's wrong with me. Alrighty. So hello. I don't know that. I don't think there's anyone here just yet. But I guess anyone who watches the replay, if anyone watches the replay, hello, welcome to the sprints. So this is reading and productivity. So you can read, you can do something that's considered as productive, whether that's like writing, work, maybe you're studying. Well, if you're in college, I think you'd be close to pretty much just being done right now because I think this is like commencement season. So I think people will be done with their classes. So, or maybe if you are still like working on schoolwork and stuff, then work on schoolwork, or you're preparing for like a summer term, then you could do that as well, or for something else. So, just here for, or even here for vibes, just be here for the vibes. Let me just see. Hello. Moonlit Muse. How are you? What are you going to be reading? Or are you going to do something non-reading related? For me, I'm doing something reading related because I am listening to the audiobook of On Earth We're Briefly Gorgeous by Ocean Vuong. Um, I think I'm like 2/3 way in, so I've only have like 2.5 hours ish of the audiobook here. So that's why I have my headphones because I got the audiobook right here. And yeah, which means I'm never going to finish this today. I already finished a book. I already finished a book yesterday for the Asia Readathon, which I'm still doing right now. So that's also another thing I'm doing. All right, gonna do some productivity things. And then we'll see what the vibe takes you. Alrighty, cool. Always here for that. So yeah, again, oh, that looks interesting. Yeah, On Earth We're Briefly Gorgeous is an adult queer contemporary literary book. So this is pretty much, I don't want to say it's autobiographical because this is fiction, but I'm pretty sure it's heavily inspired by Ocean Vuong's life and his relationship with his mother because we're following a son writing letters to his mother, but he knows that his mother won't read them because she doesn't really understand English. She does speak it, but like her English is not that strong and she doesn't really read it either. I mean, unless there's some other stuff, but that's basically what my understanding of why um the main character here, who the speaker is named Little Dog. And yeah, this is pretty much just like vignettes, letters, and it's not like letters as in to mom, this or that either. It's just like writing, and it's not quite even streams of consciousness either. It's just a way of writing that's very poetic. It kind of really does remind me of poetry in letter form. And it is interesting. I'm gonna say that I like it, but I'm not really loving this, to be honest. I can definitely feel it being emotional, but since it is kind of more on the poetry sense, and this kind of poetry isn't really something that I gear towards, it's like, it's good. It's good. I understand why other people like it, but I'm not loving it right now, which is fine. I'm like, that's fine. I mean, I still have like another third left to go, so who knows? My opinions about it now could definitely change. So, is what it is. Yeah, that's pretty much what it is. And then after Unearthly Briefly Gorgeous, honestly, understandable. Yeah, it really is just like that, you know. Sometimes you're just like, I like it, you don't love it. You understand why other people would love it, but it doesn't feel that way for you. So, yeah. And it's also so interesting too because like it feels like something that could have easily been nonfiction. Like this could have easily, if you do some tweaking structurally and just went more poetry than writing like letters, because like sure it's like in letters, but it's not like an epistolary it's like an epistolary format. So it's just very interesting. It's so it feels personal and authentic that it feels odd to say that this is fiction. You know, I it's a weird feeling. I don't really come across books like that very not very often. It's quite rare for me. So it's a very interesting experience. I'll say that one for sure. So, yeah. But after I read that, I mean, after I finish reading it, I have a couple options as to what to read next. Um, but I don't know. I don't know if I'll get to those reads or if I'll read something else. But oh, actually, I do want to show y'all something that did came in the mail today. My most anticipated release of the year has come had came. Geesh, me trying to figure out the right syntax. This book finally came in the mail. There you go. That's how you speak. Finally got my copy of Yellowface by R.F. Kuang. This is the Barnes Noble exclusive edition. It's not signed, unfortunately, because the signed edition was more, and I didn't want to pay for more. So here it is. Now, if you do not know what this book is about, I mean, it's been going around. It's so many like ARC reviews, early reviews. Like, there's been so much buzz regarding this book. But just in case you do not know what this book is about, it pretty much follows what's this woman's name? June Hayward? Yeah. June Hayward, who's a white woman who witnesses Athena Liu die mysteriously. And she takes Athena's manuscript and publishes it as her own in a way of being Yellowface, basically. And I also heard it's like other things regarding that and how this woman is just goes through her delusional, just being delusional. Talks about like I think it also like really hammers down into like the publishing industry for sure, and I think even the book community a little bit. Um, yes, a star indeed. And yeah, I think there's also some other stuff too. As far as genre wise, this is actually R.F. Kuang's literary debut. This is actually the very first time that she's writing literary fiction, and it's actually even a literary thriller that's also satire. So I'm here for it. I mean, I've read every single thing that she has written so far, and this is now her newest release, and now I get to read it. And definitely plan to do a reading vlog for this one. Now I can't say when it will come out. My hope is that it comes out this month. So that depends on how fast I read it and then how fast I edit the video and then all the things. I don't know. Vlogs are hard for me for like various reasons. Making and editing vlogs are actually hard for me. So I don't know when it'll come, but I definitely plan to do a reading vlog. No matter how, yeah, we'll see how it goes. Oh, you're reading Kwang's one from the Poppy War forward, so it's going to take a while, but I'm excited to eventually get to Yellowface. Okay, so you're starting with her debut and then moving your way to Yellowface. Interesting. That's basically how I started it too, as well. I started reading the Poppy War trilogy first, like early last year, and then Babel came out in like August, and I actually already have a reading vlog for Babel, so if you're new to my channel, definitely look into like my videos and stuff. Definitely look in like the playlist with the reading vlogs because it's in there that I read Babel, which is again that one book was also an anticipated my most anticipated release of last year, and now another Arf Kwong book is now an anticipated release of this year. So it's all full circle. Our Rebecca will always be a author for me. So yeah, nice indeed. Yeah, so let's see. I'm trying to figure out if I want to do with ambiance or just the timer. I don't know. If you're just new to my channel, I tend to go back and forth regarding using ambiance or a timer. So, yeah. As far as how long the sprints are going to be, I definitely plan to do. I'm more someone who likes to do longer sprints. So, like, the shortest sprint for me would be like 45 minutes, but long sprints could be as long as like an hour, hour and a half. I even did a 2 hour sprint before. So, for the first sprint, though, we're not doing 2 hours. I'm just going to let everyone know for the record, it's not a 2 hour sprint. Um, yeah. Let's see. I think our first sprint, we could do an hour. I'm just trying to decide. Like, anyone in the chat, do y'all want like some ambiance or would y'all want like a timer? I will show y'all. Let me just share the screen real quick on what our timer will look like here. So our timer here would be the little Pomodoro kitty that shows an hour and it will meow. So if y'all want that, that is indeed an option. And if you prefer maybe some ambiance, this will be our ambiance. It's courtesy of Autumn Cozy, the YouTube channel, and this is Edwardian era potion maker's office. There's some heavy rainstorm and thunder sounds, and I think there's a little bit like a library kind of sound as well in the background. So, yeah, that's pretty much what our options are. So, comment down. I mean, put in the chat what y'all would prefer, and then we can go from there. Cause I mean, I'm still gonna make sure I'll keep count of it being an hour because we're still doing an hour sprint. It's just a matter of should I use a timer or should we have ambiance first? That's the part I can't really figure out right now. And what y'all think about that? Oh, good with either. What a cute cutie timer though. It really is cute. I like the kitty. Maybe we should just do a timer then, especially since you just don't care. So we'll do timer. Let me just get the timer up then. Oops, that's the wrong thing. Okay, there we go. All right, everyone. Let me just get that coming out of the way. Alrighty. So we shall do 1 hour sprint. Let me just do it like this. And I will see you all, in an hour. Alrighty. All right. Oh, all right. That was the end of our sprint. How did you all do? Let's see. For me, for anyone who's here or did not know, I am reading On Earth We're Briefly Gorgeous by Ocean Vuong. I'm just mostly just pretty much listening to it via audio. So yeah, just doing progress there. Let me look at the comments real quick. Oh yeah, Paulina was here. Yep. And then, if I remember correctly, yeah, she had to leave. But thank you, Paulina, for coming in anyways. And glad to hear or read that you managed to get you finished some things up. So that's good. Cute little meow. Yes, I like the little meow. I like it very much. Now let's see. Where am I? How far have I gone? I'm 82%. I have an hour and 20 minutes left. So the bookmark where I am is not accurate, just to let y'all know. But like I said kind of earlier on in this sprints, I am liking this. I'm not loving it, but I do like it. I do see why people do love it though. I can definitely see it. It's there. It's just that, I'm not feeling it. So I don't know. As far as what I think the rating would be, I'm like, I don't know. This is giving 3.25, 3.5 stars right now. That's kind of where I'm feeling right now. So unless something really changes at the end, which probably not, but just as a guess, I do think that this will be no more than 3.5 stars, which is fine. That's a good rating. 3.5 is a good rating. It means the book is good to me. That's what it means for me. Let's see how y'all did. Scheduled a meeting, wrote some important stuff, and did some personal work. That's good. That's good. Glad to hear that you got some work done. Let's see. Oh, I guess there is something I do want to say is that this is an emotional read. So if you ever read this, please look up content warnings. This is definitely not something that like you can just read on a whim or something. There are some pretty heavy topics on here. There is me trying to think. There's sexual content, there's homophobia, there's abortion, there's child abuse, domestic abuse. What else? I'm honestly trying to think of everything, but like I don't know. I feel like there's just a lot of like so many content warnings, but there's just so many of them that's like kind of like quick in succession that my brain is not able to remember. But the ones I definitely know for sure is like child abuse for sure. Um, Sexual content, homophobia, abortion is on here, and is that it? I mean, I know there's some other stuff. I know Storygraph, the people who review stuff on Storygraph, they provide content warnings. It's just that my brain cannot. Oh yeah, drug abuse. I don't know why I didn't think of that. Of course, drug abuse is on there. Oh, death of a parent or like even a grandparent is on there. So pretty much death in general is on here. Cancer/chronic illness is on here as well, or at least a terminal illness is on here. So that's another thing to look to keep in mind. War, specifically with like the Vietnam War a little bit, domestic abuse, kind of coinciding though with the child abuse, but yeah. I think that's the main stuff. Yeah, noted. Yeah. Trust me, this is not an easy read. So just want to make people know that there are books, out there. There's just like, easy to read. You can just pick it up and you'll be fine for the most part. Unless something that's announced that says, no, I'm not, and I don't want to read something like that. But for something like this, yeah, definitely look up more content warnings for sure. But yeah, as far as what I have left, I think, I don't think an hour sprint would be enough to finish it, but and then at least a sprint in a quarter or something, I'll finish this. Let's see. I know that we have a timer here for a break, but there's no point in having the break here. Uh, every single time this stuff happens, I always be trying to remind myself, like, do I want a timer again or do I want ambiance? I don't know. I like the timer so far. I've just been liking the timer, so I think we'll stick to the timer. Let me just actually stop the break timer because, well, I'll let the break timer keep going because I kind of want to start our next sprint in like a couple of minutes. So like when it's 20 after. Let's see. Oh, if y'all ever see me like eating stuff, I am eating rice, specifically jollof rice. So that's what I've been eating because I am hungry and I have not eaten dinner. So it's time for me to eat some dinner. Yeah, probably in the sprints too. I probably should get something to drink as well while I'm at it. So probably do that in the next sprint. Let's see what else to do. But yeah, I'm trying to figure out what to read after On Earth We're Briefly Gorgeous. Like I don't know if I want to listen to another audiobook or should I start reading Yellowface? But I'm not in the mood right now to vlog it right now. At least not today. Maybe tomorrow? I don't know. Maybe I could read because I'm gonna know I need to start reading it soon, but I don't know if I should read something else. Maybe I should read. Maybe I should read "This Is How You Lose the Time" or something. Maybe I should read this. It is short. I think it's how short is this again? Yeah, it's less than 200 pages. Honestly, this actually should be my next read because another book I also have via audio is Disorientation, but I haven't started it, so it's gonna take me a while to even finish it. So I don't know about that. So maybe that's like a tomorrow thing or a next week thing. Who knows? But yeah, I think This Is How You Lose a Time War would be my next read. So I think that's what we're gonna do. But yeah, let's see. Let me actually put up the timer now. Okay, let me stop the break because now we can get started on our next sprint. And I will see you all in an hour. Hello, everyone. We had to go over our timer because I wanted to finish On Earth. We're Briefly Gorgeous by Ocean Vuong. So, y'all, let me know how y'all did in the sprint. Obviously, I finished the book. Literally just finished it. Not I'm not quite. What in the world? Okay, not quite settled on a rating right now. Kind of in like limbo between like a 3.25 and a 3.5. I liked it. I think it's a good story. It is good. It is indeed emotional. It just didn't hit hard for me to the point that I would love it. So that's why it's not like a 5 star. It's not even like a 4 star. So just not totally sure. Not sure. Let me catch up on the comments real quick. Ah, Oompa Loompa. So glad you came. Caught one of these. Yep. Writing a cover letter, so I'll help you stay focused. Nice. All right. This is from a while ago though, so let's see what you've done so far. No, it's yeah. It's just what it is. What it is. It's good. It's good. I do recommend it, but not something that would particularly stick with me for very long. But it was good. I did not too bad. Okay. All right. Good. 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 So that's 3 books down, and then 2 more to go. Honestly, for 2 more to go for um the Asian Readathon, because I finished one book and then I finished another book yesterday, and I finished this. So I need that to putting this in the shelf for to remember for that later. So yeah, the title of the book seems so interesting. It actually is pretty interesting, to be honest. So if you haven't heard, On Earth We're Briefly Gorgeous is pretty much a story of it's pretty much a letter from a son to a mother who cannot read English. And it's written by the speaker of Little Dog. And since this is Little Dog honestly kind of seems like Ocean Vuong in a sense. I don't know this is quite true, but it feels very personal. It gives off very much semi autobiographical. Um, it does feel like it could have been really written in nonfiction, maybe like in poetry, but then this is just fictionalized. So maybe there's some things that could have been exaggerated, some things that's not quite as accurate, but I don't know. It feels very personal, very authentic, very much real. So I don't know. But yeah, I can definitely tell it's just a lot of the story that fits with the author, which is why I feel that's why I feel like it's kind of a little bit wrong that I'm not giving it a higher rating, but like I'm not saying anything about this book is bad. It's just it's also emotional. It is heavy. There's some dark stuff on here, so definitely look up content warnings. It's just that it's not something that's deeply connected towards me. It's not. I don't think this is something I'm gonna hold on for very very long. At least I don't think so. At least right now, what I feel right now, anyways. I don't know what I'm gonna say in my wrap up, but as of right now, it's a good story. I would recommend it to people. It is short enough. I mean, it's less than 250 pages. So, and the audiobook was, and I did listen to the audiobook, which actually was narrated by Ocean Vuong. I actually do recommend the audiobook. So, if you ever read this, I do recommend the audiobook for this. So, that's a plus. I think the audiobook was really, really good. So, if you're someone who likes audiobooks, listen to the audiobook of this, and I think you'll have a good time. Oh, hello, Ashton Johnson. Read about 20 pages of The Dream Runners. Had to reread 2 chapters because I missed some key plot points. Yeah, sometimes it happens like that. You know, you're just like, wait, what happened? And then you have to like go back to reread some things. All right, but 20 pages is good though. And The Dream Runners. I've never actually heard of The Dream Runners. The Dream Runners. Ah, shoot. Why did he just did a whole lot? Okay, there we go. Dream Runners by Shivata Thakar. I don't know if I pronounced that right. but it looks like it's been recently released. From June of last year, huh? Okay. YA fantasy. Oh, actually, I've never really heard much about this one or anything about this one, actually. Yeah. Okay. But yeah, so one book down. Well, time speaking, I got 3 books down earlier. So far, I don't know if any of y'all are doing the Asian readathon, but for me, I am. So a lot of my reads were gonna be pretty much gonna be from that TBR. And if you haven't seen the video, I did make an actual TBR video, so it is in my channel. You can definitely look that in the there's a playlist I think of like wrap ups and TBRs. So it's one of my more recent videos. So if you look through my channel, it's on there. Um, so I already read 3 books for the TBR, and I think my next read, I don't know. I don't know if I'm in a well, I might be in an audiobook mood, but like if I read anything that I have that's via audio, I've already read books that would fit that prompt. So I don't know. I'm reading this book for the adventure category. Oh, okay. What book did I wait? Oh no, I haven't read any of the books that I put for the adventure category part. I haven't completed the adventure prompt yet. That's actually maybe might be my next read. Who knows? What were the other 2 books? Actually, hold on. Let me answer this one first. Where do we find out about the Asian Readathon? Actually, the Asian Readathon is hosted by Cindy from With Cindy. Here on YouTube. So if you look on her channel, I think it's one of her most recent videos as well. You can look on there. She has the announcement video, and you can also look at my video too. I actually do also link her original announcement video, but I also linked to like the Google Doc with extra information, and I also link down to the Storygraph challenge too. So if you use Storygraph, you can like use that for the reading challenges. And I also talked about like all the prompts. So honestly, I talked a lot about all the stuff that would be on the readathon and for the readathon. So definitely look at Cindy from With Cindy. Um for sure. So just like at Cindy. Like that's her like her at. I just don't want to necessarily tag her in here, but like yeah, that's like her at with Cindy. So definitely look her up and you'll find her announcement video and you can learn about all the prompts. It's a month-long challenge, so you have the entire month to participate. So and that's it. The only caveat though with like the participation though is that every book that counts for the prompts have to be written by or has like focuses like a main character that's like of a different Asian ethnicity. So for example, I'll talk about like the other books that I read. So for the very first prompt is always to like read a book written by an Asian author. It's the easiest prompt. For that book, I read Daughter of the Moon Goddess by Su Lin Tan. Su Lin Tan is a Chinese author. So it was very obvious. So it's very easy for me to be like, okay, cool. So the first book, so first prompt, Chinese author, cool, check. So another book I've also read was Silver Under Nightfall by Rin Chupeco, who is Filipino. Um, yeah, who's Filipino. So that's another check one there. So because Simulintan and Simulintan and Rin Chupeco are Asian authors, but they have different Asian ethnicities. So then those books still count because they're not overlapping in Asian in their Asian ethnicity. So that's kind of like the caveat with that. But as far as the other 2 books, so Daughter of the Moon Goddess, I read earlier this month. I will go more in detail again for both of these books in my wrap up. But as of right now, Dawn of the Moon Goddess is a 2-star. If you don't know what this one is, it's pretty much like following the daughter of the Moon Goddess Chang'e, based on like the Mid Autumn Festival story of the Chinese mythology. It's adult fantasy romance, so probably shouldn't even bother reading it. But dang it, no, not the timer. No, pause the timer. I should have known, but honestly, I pre-ordered it, so I was like, Like I literally pre-ordered when the book came out, which was like last year, and I don't like holding books for so long without reading them, if if anything. And it was also really pretty edition too. So yeah, yeah, but it didn't work for me. Silver on a Nightfall though by Ren Pecco. This one's an adult, queer, paranormal horror mystery. It's the first in a duology. I think this is a duology. The second book will come out in October 3rd, I want to say. And I really enjoyed that one. That one's really surprising. I didn't actually think I would enjoy it as much as I really did. That one I gave 4 stars. So I definitely do recommend that one. It's also, since it's queer, it's also polyamorous. So the protagonist gets to be with 2 other people. So that was really exciting. I had a lot of fun with that one. And there's core politics, like some little bit political intrigue. So yeah, yeah. I recommend that one. I'll definitely go more depth when I get to the wrap up. So I don't want to talk too much about it. But yeah, I recommend Silver Under Nightfall. I mean, Daughter of the Moon Goddess, do I recommend it? I recommend it more for people who do like fantasy romance. But if you're someone who's like strict more on fantasy than romance, then I don't really think you will like this one. Oh, you read Daughter of the Moon Goddess in 2021 while experiencing COVID symptoms. Do not remember a single thing from the book. It was like a fever dream. But it doesn't help either, though, that like Daughter of the Moon Goddess's pacing is really fast too. So like it can really feel like a fever dream. Yet I still read book 2 of the duology, even though I had no idea what was going on. Huh. Well, stronger than me, because honestly, I actually, here's another thing too. I also own the second book. I pre-ordered the second book without reading the first book. Don't ask me why I did that, for the life of me. Oh yeah, you don't have to correct. You don't have to correct. I knew what you meant. But yeah, I don't know why I pre-ordered the second book when I didn't even finish the first book. I'm not usually the kind of person who will pre-order the second book in a series without reading the first book. But I guess I was really confident that Daughter of the Moon Goddess was like at least a 4-star read. Oh boy, was I wrong. So, yeah, definitely a lesson to learn. Definitely do not pre-order the sequel to a book that you haven't read yet. Definitely don't do that unless you really know, like 100% sure that you're gonna love the book. So, yeah. I don't have the book. I don't have Daughter of the Moon Goddess with me right now because one of my siblings is reading it, and she seems to be enjoying it. So, according to her, so that's good to hear. At least that someone in my family is reading it and likes it. So maybe I don't necessarily have to fully unhaul the first book and the second one, but we'll have to wait and see on that one. Let's see if she continues to like it. Do you make it a point to make sure that you finish the books that you start? And also, how do you stay committed to a book even when you feel you're looking interest or you're losing interest, maybe? Okay. I think what you're asking is like, how do I like, do I make a point to finish instead of like DNFing, and how do I stay committed? Interesting. Because I'm the kind of person who unabashedly and also with pretty much very little shame will DNF a book. Sometimes I would DNF a book because I'm no longer interested in, I'm bored, or I'm just no longer in the mood for it, but I don't necessarily feel like I'm never going to read it. It's just like, oh, this is just not the right time for me. So most times I would just DNF. Dawn of the Moon Goddess was just a different thing for me because I really just wanted to give the book a chance. I simply wanted to give it a chance because one, I pre-ordered it. I did the pre-order campaign. I got it. I didn't get the US edition. I got actually the UK edition, and it was signed too with just color sprayed edges. Like, I like, dang, I spent all this money. I might as well just give the book a try. But then it was kind of pretty obvious as I kept going that I was like, okay, this is not getting that much better. In fact, it was getting worse. So yeah, for the most part, I'm not afraid to DNF. It's just that just with some just very specific books and just very specific times, I'm just like, I'm just gonna push it through because I just want to give the book a chance, you know? And it's not like the book itself is problematic or has some very iffy elements. It's just a book that didn't work for me. So it's just easier for me to just push through in that sense, but also it's kind of difficult because I just knew I was not liking it. Sometimes I even DNF a book halfway through, or when I'm three-quarters of the way through and I just simply DNF it. It doesn't happen very often. Most often than not, I'll DNF a book within 10%. So yeah. But as far as the other part, how do I stay committed when you feel like you're losing interest? Um, it's just honestly just giving the book a second chance. Unless there's something that's really irritating to you, like there's something actually like whether it's problematic or something that's like actually grinding on your own gears, then you just have to let it go. Like the book just has to be let go. Especially if you borrowed a book. Like if you borrowed a book, definitely let it go. Let it go. Let someone else in the library just someone else take it. But if it's a book like you own and you bought or you had it on your shelf for a while, whether it's a physical or an audio that you own or even an ebook that you own, I don't know. I just try to like give myself some break. Sometimes I'll just put the book down and just let it stay down, and then I come back to it. Although Dawn of the Moon Goddess is a different case because I just really wanted to just get it through, and also the writing was easy enough. So I don't know. This is really more situational for me when it comes with things like this. Because sometimes if the writing is just really easy for me to get through, then I'll just keep reading it. I'll just keep reading it because it's easy to read, despite me not liking it. So I don't know. At least that's how it worked for me for Dawn of the Moon Goddess. But I hope that answers your question, though. What reading did you give Son of a Nightfall again? I looked it up and it looks so interesting. Also, it's cool that someone who's a consistent reader like you also DNF books. I feel like, oh, like in the book, I'm guessing you probably are continuing on with that comment. I was answer the first part. So I gave, hold on, let me actually get the book real quick. Okay. So yeah, here's the book. For anyone who does not know, this is what it looks like. This is the book right here, Silver Under Nightfall by Brent Chapeko. I gave this book 4 stars. I really enjoyed this book. Surprisingly, like I think the best part for me was actually the polyamorous relationship here. I was like, dang, I am like really here for it. So I mean, and it also deals with vampires too. So if any of y'all are like into vampires, this is the book for you. Okay, we have a whole political court intrigue between humans and vampires, and actually, I think there's gonna be a lot more political intrigue in the sequel. To the looks of the ending, it looks like we're gonna have a lot more political intrigue and more with the vampires and stuff. So, looking forward to that in the next book. So, yeah, and it is very interesting. There's not a lot of people, honestly, who have read it, which is like disappointing because I feel like there's a rise of like reading vampire media. So like, why aren't more people getting to Silver Under Nightfall? It doesn't seem right. It does not seem right to me. Okay, so please, if you're interested, definitely pick it up. I hope y'all like it. I mean, I loved it, so I'm just hoping to see you all read it as well. And also to the other point about like me, being a consistent reader, but also DNFing books, you feel like the book community that's a little tabooed if you look. Yeah. Like if you DNF many books. Honestly, it is a really weird thing, honestly, to like when you hear like people say like, "Oh, it's kind of weird that you DNF books." I'm just like, I know as an avid reader you want to like be not only introduced, but you want to explore different genres, and sometimes you just push it through a book just to like, give a book a chance. Or you read a book for like if you're especially as a content creator too, you just read a book for content, for whatever kind of content, whether it's an experiment or reading vlog, or you just want to do book recommendations or something. And in all honesty, I read books to find things that I like to read. I don't read books just to read any kind of story. I am very picky with the books. I'm picky with books that I also buy too. Like if it was a library book, that's a different kind of story. Wouldn't mind trying to read a library book, but again, if I don't enjoy it, why on earth would I force myself through it? Especially as a library book. Like if I don't like it, then I'm just going to DNF it and then I can return it to the library so that someone else who the book is for can actually have that book. And it is actually really sad that it feels like it's a little bit taboo to DNF a book, which I'm just like, that makes no sense to me. Even if it's even for an experiment or I'm doing like a reading challenge or something, I'm gonna DNF the book. Okay. Is that give me make the challenge a fail? Possibly. Yeah, basically and by definition, but like no. Just no. Like I would rather just end the book right there and there. Whether it could be something as petty as I just don't care anymore, or like I don't like the main character, or I don't like how there's too many short chapters. That's just a petty thing for me. Okay, I don't like too many short chapters, or I just don't care about enough about the writing. Like the writing, I care about writing. So like if the writing ain't good, I'm not gonna continue. So like what am I reading vlogs? I think the reading vlog where I read 100 pages a day for a week. That reading challenge. I DNF'd like 2 books in that vlog. I already DNF'd 2, and I was just like, well, it is what it is. I keep it moving. Did I even read 100 pages every day? For anyone of y'all that have not watched the video, spoiler alert, I did not. So it is what it is. I can't be forcing myself to read every day. I can't force myself to read books that I don't enjoy. Even if it's a book that I bought, I would still want to give them a chance. But like if something really aggravates me, I will have to put the book down and then I'll unhaul it. And then someone else can have it because I have one life. It's to be a short one, and I need to make sure that my life is filled with books that I enjoy. Hence, books like Sylvander Nightfall. And sometimes when I read a book that did not work for me, I find a book that I do like. So, yeah. Let me actually catch up in the comments real quick. I used to make myself finish books, but nowadays, unless I really want to spite read it or find the emotional pain worth it, I let it go. Exactly. It's just how you gotta do. Like, yeah, unless you want to hate read. I mean, like, I'm not the kind of person who likes to hate read. I don't know. I don't like the feeling of hate reading, but I understand for people who do that. So, power to y'all for that. Or find the emotional pain worth it. I let it go, right? Because, like, why read a book that makes it so painful for you in the worst way? Because, there's books that are painful, but painful in a good way, like what's actually supposed to be. But, like, painful in a painful way, in a way that doesn't benefit you in any way, or makes you look in the world in a different perspective, like, definitely not worth it. Besides, why was there time on that kind of book when you could read another great book? Yeah, I like that perspective. D. Yep, yep, yep. Yes. So let me actually put this back on the shelf. I'll put this one back on the shelf real quick, and then I'll figure out what to read next. Trying to get into reading for fun again, and it's timid. And it's timid about it because I feel like I read slow, and there's such a stigma. If you read, you're smart. I kind of like that stereotype. If you probably wear glasses. I think that's the next part of that comment. Yeah, I definitely relate to this though when it comes to reading for fun, because for a lot of times, oftentimes I've always been a reader, but for the most part, a lot of my life when it comes to reading has been reading books for school. Now, don't get me wrong. I have read books from school that I did enjoy. For the most part, I have enjoyed them, or I liked it, or I just liked the discussion. There's only a few books that I can be like, okay, I genuinely hated this book. There's a few books I'm like, okay, this book sucked. Why the hell did I have to read this for school? I can think of how many books can I think of? I'm thinking of like 2 books right now that I know for sure that I genuinely hated. And that was, I think, Lord of the Flies. I forgot the author's name. Something Golden or something. Lord of the Flies. I did not like that one. But then again, it's also because I didn't understand it. So, but one book for sure I definitely hated, that was Heart of Darkness by Joseph Conrad. I hated that book. Literally the shortest book I've ever read for school, and I hated it. Do not recommend that book. But yeah, I definitely understand what you're trying to read for fun again, and then you feel timid, you feel intimidated because you're reading slow. And to be honest, despite all the books I read in a month, I also do read slow. I sometimes see, booktubers and people on Bookstagram be reading like so many books within a month. Like they read more than 10 books every single month. for the entire year, and I'm just like, I can never read that fast. I have all the time in the world right now, but like I can't read that fast. I don't know. It's just a weird feeling. And it does feel also this weird stigma. Not even like stigma, but more like the stereotype, like if you're reading, you're smart. But honestly, there's people who read, but they're really not that smart. So please do not feel too bad if you don't read a lot of books, because you're still smart. Even if you don't read a lot of books, as long as you're reading different kinds of books, in my personal opinion, like if you read books from different kind of authors, whether it's racial, sexual, gender identity, disability, economic status, like ethnic background, like if you read different kinds of books, different if you read all kinds of books from different kinds of experiences, and also even maybe even translated from various languages too, you get an entire experience, and you could read maybe like 10 books like that, and you're still going to be smarter than someone who's read books of roughly around the same genre or whatever. It doesn't even have to be all fiction or nonfiction. It doesn't matter what kind of book you read. Even if you read that, you're still smart, and it's even a privilege for some people to read. Let me actually. I think you finished this part of the comment. So yeah, it's like you're smart if you wear glasses. You're smart, and because I take a while to read, I feel kind of unacceptable in the grand scheme of the community. I don't know. It's a weird thing. Like I'm not feeling the right, not full feeling the right way to read. Honestly, it is a weird feeling in the book community when you see so many people do like a wrap up and you hear, oh, they read 15 books, 20 books, 25 books, 30 books every month. It does feel very intimidating and also somewhat even isolating. That dang, all these people read this many books in a month, and it feels makes you feel like you're not really a real reader. But in all honesty, you're still a real reader. Even for myself, sometimes I'm just like, I do this. I actually tend to feel this a lot of the times, which I'm just like, I don't know. I shouldn't have to feel like this way. I shouldn't have to feel like, dang, I read 7 books this month. I shouldn't have to be disappointed or ashamed. Honestly, I'm glad that I read 7 books that month. Which book? What? How many? What month was it? Was it last month? Yeah, I think it was April. I read like 7 books. Like if I looked at myself like last year, 7 books was a little that 7 books for me in a month was a hard thing for me to read. I'm like, whoa, I read 7 books? That's a lot. Cause last year I read like 3, 4, maybe 5 books every month on average. This year I'm reading more, but like it's I don't think you're less of a reader or you're not smart enough if you're not reading a lot per month. As long as you're reading good quality books, I think that's really the best thing. Because I see people read a lot of books, but then like the books they read, some of them are more misses than hits, and I'm like, well, at least for me, sure, I read a lot less, but I had a lot more hits than misses. I That's how I look at it. I look at more of the quality than quantity, but I could definitely see how you will feel that way because I definitely fall into that category too. Of like, dang, it is a weird feeling. When the grand scheme of things, it feels kind of unacceptable to be reading less. When really, the best thing about reading is for some people it'd be learning. Sometimes it's just for fun. For you, it looks like it's just for fun. So if you're here for the fun, do it for the fun. Whether it's you read various formats to do it too, whether it's physical, audio, e-reading, read however you can in a way that's beneficial for you in your own life. Can't always compare, but it's not easy. Definitely not easy to not compare yourself. I've had a grudge against Lord of the Flies ever since I was made to read in middle school. Yes, that's when I read it too. I think it was in, oh gosh, I can't remember. Was I in 7th or 8th grade when I read it? I was like, why the hell are we reading a book about all these boys who got stuck in an island and they trying to like govern themselves and clearly failing at it? Like, every single time I think about that book, I'm just like, I don't care about these boys being stuck on an island. I do not care. The point that they're trying to even can't govern themselves and trying to almost kill each other. Like, I do not care. I can care less as a 12, 13-year-old. I could care less. Man, I'm definitely with you here on Moonlit Muse because nah, I'll forever have a grudge on the Lord of the Flies. Mm-mm. I have too many hobbies to be able to read that much. Yes. That's what always another thing too. I'm always wondering, like, dang. I mean, for some people, reading is their only hobby, but if you have multiple other hobbies that consume your time, you don't have time to be reading. Like, you don't have time. For me, I have other hobbies, you know. Sometimes I just sit here, watch stuff on YouTube. Sometimes I watch a movie. Sometimes I'll see be with my family or play a game or doing something else. Literally anything else. Bullet journaling, writing, literally anything else than reading. Or I just sit down and be in my thoughts and journal. And I'm just like, well, I'm not in the mood to read. It just be happen like that. I indeed too have too many hobbies to be reading that much. Definitely feel you on that one. So yeah, oh yeah, I forgot. What am I gonna oh crap. What am I gonna read? I think I'm okay with audiobooks. I think I'm good for the day. Let's see. I think what I'm gonna read next is gonna be between This Is How You Lose the Time War, co-written by Amal El Motar and Max Gladstone, or The Last Tale of the Flower by Rashni Chokshi. So I'm not totally sure which one I want to read because both of them are pretty short. I mean, this one's less than 200 pages. This is less than 300 pages. So technically, I should probably go with this one if I want to finish it sooner. But I don't know. I'm also in like a gothic mood. And this one is sci-fi. And also, this book in particular has been blowing up lately. I mean, thanks to book Twitter. Well, actually, it's not even book Twitter, to be honest. It's actually just someone who's a fan of Trigun just saying, hey, you want to know anything about this book? Just hyping it up. Here's the Amazon link. And then the sales for it just went up. I was like, dang. So I don't know if y'all heard about that, but yeah, that's what's been going on with This Is How You Lose the Time War. And I'm just like, okay. I mean, I already somewhat planned to read this anyways. And I think this is the prompt I think it's the adventure prompt for their Asian readathon. I mean, it's either this or The Spear Cuts Through Water, which I am currently still reading. I'm just taking my time with that one because it's long and I'm really, really loving it. And I don't really want to I don't not like force myself. I don't want to rush reading it for this readathon. I'm just gonna be like, well, it's gonna be on a little bit in the back burner. We're just gonna leave it be and stuff. So yeah. So yeah, I think this might be our next read. I don't know. Am I in the mood to read this right now? Let me look real quick. Yeah, okay. Never mind. But then again, this is also interesting. I don't know. Last Till the Flower can be my next read. It'll probably be the final book for the readathon, and then I'll just read anything else after that. So yeah. So this is what I'm going to read next. This one I do not have it via audio, so I think just it will be my only physical read, which is fine. Okay, can this thing stop trying to update? I'm trying to update. I don't want to update right now. So yeah, this is what I'm going to read next. Let's get the timer up so we can start our sprint. Oops, wrong thing. Yeah, our little kitty timer was trying to go off on its own. So yeah, I think that's it. Yep. So yeah. I'll see you all in an hour. So happy reading. Hello. That was the end of our sprint. How did you all do? Let's see. For me, I didn't start reading How This Is How You Lose a Time War. I was like, you know what? I don't feel like in a sci-fi mood. I've been eyeing The Last Sale of the Flyby for a while on my shelf, and I'm just like, you might as well just read it. You know you want to read it. So I've been reading that. I got to page 16. So far, I am indeed enjoying this so far. I do really like the writing here. I am indeed curious. And so far, we've had a few fairy tale mythology references, very much pretty direct references. And I'm just like, okay. All right. Again, I came here for gothic fairy tale vibes, and yeah, definitely here for that. Let's see. Apparently there are bridegroom chapters, and I think there'll be another perspective here, but this one is written in first person. At least the bridegroom chapters are written in first person, which is interesting. So for anyone who doesn't know what The Last of the Flower Bride by Rushing Chokshi is about, it's about this man who believes in fairy tales, who marries a beautiful, mysterious woman named Indigo. He's a scholar of myths. She's an heiress to a fortune, and they fall in love and stuff, but he has to make a promise to her saying that, hey, but she tells him, hey, you and I can be married and all that stuff, but as long as you do not pry into my past, we all good. Cool? He's like, all right, cool. But then something happens. I think Indigo, a relative of Indigo, dies, and they have to go to her childhood home. But then the bridegroom has to get a little bit curious. He starts to kind of be like, he gets a little bit interested. And then I think we start to learn more about someone else, Azure, who is Indigo's dearest childhood friend, who suddenly disappeared, and we learn more about her. And yeah, every single time I think about this book, I keep thinking and seeing how people are not, they come into it not coming out of it like this is not what they expected, some in a good way, some in a not so good way. So I'm just like, I don't know where I lie. Roshni Chokshi is an author who's written a lot of books. She has written the Gilded Wolves trilogy, the Star Touch Queen duology, and the Arusha books, the quintet books. So this is her adult debut, and so far writing wise it's really good. I think this has been I've been trying to figure out like genre wise what this is, but according to Storygraph it's fantasy literary romance, which is very interesting. Based on what I've heard about it, I can definitely see where the fantasy part comes in. Probably a lot more minimal, probably definitely not like an epic fantasy. The fantasy is probably a lot more. I think the fantasy might be a lot more minimum to maybe possible magical. I don't know about magical realism though, but it's definitely probably looks like minimum fantasy. I could definitely see the literary part. The romance part, I'm guessing, is between the bridegroom and Indigo. So yeah, yeah, definitely looking forward to read more of that. I'm like, oh yeah, let's read this for sure. Let's catch up on comments real quick. Let me know down in the chat. How well y'all did. Oh, hello, Kiri. Welcome, welcome. Are you here to read? Are you here to do something productive? Let me know. Novia Taylor. Well, hello. Reading Kafa on the Sumurakami. Uh, reading Kafa on the Shore by Murakami. About halfway through. Oh, okay, okay. Alrighty, all right. How are you liking it so far? For anyone who's came in again, I actually finished a book earlier in the sprint. It was On Earth We're Briefly Gorgeous by Ocean Wong. Think I settled on a 3.25, and also during the sprint I also wrote down my review, so y'all can look at my Storygraph and my Goodreads for that, for that to be updated. I gotta go on my Goodreads to make sure that they know that I'm starting to read Last Tale of the Flower Bride. But I think Goodreads is fine. It's fine. Yeah. So far I'm doing pretty good on my TBR for the Asian Readathon. I finished 3 books, and the Last Tale of the Flower Bride will fulfill the friendship prompt. Yeah, because I think the friendship between Indigo and Azura is gonna be pretty prominent here, or at least it's a part of the story. So yeah. So yeah, it's definitely gonna fulfill that prompt. And then I have one more book that will to fulfill the adventure prompt. So I've already read the first prompt. I read a book for the first prompt, which is read a book by Asian author. I read a book for the prompt of like a hot mess or famous or eccentric character. And I've already read a book for the identity prompt. So yeah. It's translated fiction from Japanese. Murakami is not really easy to explain, but his books are just a journey you just enjoy until the end, and then it all makes sense. Honestly, I'm here for that. I'm here for that. I have figured that it is translated work. It sounds like Murakami's work sounds like translated from Japanese. Yeah, but that sounds more right. I definitely do want to get into more translated works, but as far as what I have read that's translated, for the most part, it has been Japanese, even if it's not manga, because I have read manga and that is obviously translated from Japanese since I read the English version. Besides manga, I have read a few books that's written originally in Japanese. Have I fully read a book that was translated from French to English? I want to say yes, but also probably no. I will say yes though, just for my ease. And yeah, but I definitely gotta read more translated works. Maybe that'll be a 2024 goal. Cause right now I'm like, I don't know if I can do much about it now as far as my TBR, but maybe next year. Or maybe I can still do it a little bit this year, but I don't know. I don't know. Ooh, yes. Ooh, indeed. I gotta say, the cover for the last tale of the flower bride is so pretty. Like, honestly, the cover when I saw the cover announced before, like I got the book of the month edition, I was like, oh, this is so pretty. And now I heard the synopsis, I was like, okay, it sounds gothic, it sounds fairy tale. I'm here for it. I'm not sure about the fantasy part because I'm like, I don't know about all that, but like gothic fairy tale, that's what I'm here for. I am here for gothic fairy tale. And I think that's the best way to go about it because I hear for other people they went into more of the fantasy route because it is oddly enough shelved around fantasy, which I'm just like, I don't know that it really fits there, especially when a lot of the books, especially if it's like in Barnes and Noble or something, the books that are shelved under fantasy tend to be like epic or some subgenre of fantasy that the fantasy is very prevalent. So I don't know. In the beginning, I never really dedicated to a certain time limit before for reading, so I thought the hour will feel long, but it really passed by. It really does. That's actually the best part of like having a timer for these sprints, because sometimes when I like put in ambiance and then like I put in the time, I'm like, oh wait, I kind of feel it, but with a timer, it actually just makes it kind of go by fast, and especially if you're reading a book that that you're also enjoying, it makes the time go by fast. I definitely recommend going like the timer route when it comes to like a sprint, even just for yourself. Like have like a website or a timer, and then just have the timer go down for whatever amount of time you can read, and then just read. You really don't feel the time, and then when the timer goes off, you're like, "Whoa, what the huh? How did we get here?" Like even now, I'm looking at the timer for our break, and I'm just like, "Dang, already?" Ugh, I don't wanna. Also, we should start our next sprint at like at 15 because I like to be a little bit even. I'm trying to think on how long to go for a sprint though. Trying to think. I don't know. Should I do an because right now in time zone wise, I don't know about y'all's time zone, but for my time zone, I'm central. So right now it's like 9:12. So it's gonna be about to be quarter after 9 p.m. So if I do another hour sprint, it'll be like 10 something. And I'm like, could we go? I mean, I don't know. I am kind of a night owl right now. So like, I don't know. No, do not start the timer again. There you go. Let me just pause that. But I'm like, I'm trying to figure out how many more sprints we could go. Oh, it's 10:13. Oh, so you're an hour ahead of me. Yeah, for you. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, definitely makes sense. I'm trying to think. Should we do another? Because we're gonna start our sprint at the 15. So I'm trying to think. I'm like, should we do one final sprint or should we do two more sprints? Trying to think right now. Hmm. Me trying to think right now. I'm like, do we really? Because then if I do an hour, then it'll be 10:15 ish. And then I think we'll probably have a 15-minute break. So it'll be 10:30. And then maybe, I don't know, maybe we could do two more sprints. Yeah, I think two more sprints. We have time for two more sprints. Because I don't want to hold you up for too long, but I also really like to read. Hello, you're still going. Yeah, I am. Hey, Paulina. So what you gonna read? During the sprints, I've already finished one book. I've read On Earth We're Briefly Gorgeous by Ocean Vuong. I rated it 3.25 stars. And now I'm reading The Last Day of the Flower Bride by Roshni Chokshi. I've rated it to page 16, and so far I do like it. Not loving it quite yet, but did just start it. But so far, I do like it. I really like her writing so far. And I'm indeed intrigued by the bridegroom here, especially since the bridegroom doesn't actually have a name. So, yeah, I think we're going to do two more sprints. Yeah, I think that's what we want to do. So, let me just share my screen. Yeah, we're going to do two more sprints. I have like 15 pages left of The Good Immigrant. It's a series of essays, stories by immigrants reflecting on the US. Oh, okay. Wow. Oh, wow. 15 pages left. Okay. All right. You can definitely finish that because our sprints are, we're going to be doing this for a minute now. How often do you do these? Um, Honestly, it depends on like the time I start. Sometimes I do like several sprints at a time. Like I'd be here. Sometimes I'm here for like 5, 6, 7, 8 hours. But it depends on like when I start though. Like the earlier I start, like in the day, then like the longer I go. But I do want to make sure that I don't hold you on for too long. But I also want to make sure we're here for anyone else who likes to come along as well. Yeah, I like to do like at least 4 sprints. I don't remember how many sprints we've done so far. We probably have done 4 already. So yeah, we're gonna do about 6 sprints. So yeah, we'll do this sprint and then the next sprint will be our final sprint. I start with that and then jump to Sword of Kaigen. I've heard about this one. I actually feel like I should do not like do. I feel like I should also read this one because this one I've been seeing it around a little bit lately, and I'm like, okay, this sounds actually intriguing. I'm actually intrigued with this, so I might read that one day. But yeah, when you jump into that, let us know and let us know what you think about it because I'm curious. Oh, hello! Just popped in. Still going on? Yes, I am. We're gonna do our sprint, and then after that, we'll do another sprint. After that one. Oh no, I mean, when do you do sprints like per month? Oh, okay. I used to do like 2 a month, but now I'm like, you know what? I'm kind of being like, you know what? We're kind of like wind down a little bit in the sprint. So we're going to do at least once a month. Now, if I do want to do another sprint again this month, then like I would. But for right now, I'm not really scheduling any sprints for this month. I think we'll definitely do at least once a month. So once a month, I'll do like a productivity reading kind of sprint. But yeah, I think every month we're going to have sprints. And since I would just do sprints for like once a month, I can go on even longer for sure. So yeah, definitely expect at least one sprint a month. And as far as when they are, I like to do it around the middle of the month. That's just for me personally because I don't know. I feel like the middle of the month is usually the time where I'm just like slumping and I don't feel in the mood to read anything else. And I'm just like, you know what? I need a reading sprint. I just need to do a reading sprint. So yeah, I tend to schedule sprints in the middle of the month. So definitely expect those kind of sprints for sure. Hope to answers your question. Let me get my food in the book first. Yes, trust me. I also have some food because I haven't had dinner and I still need to finish it. But I've also been reading, so yes, please get food and book because we need to make sure we're fed while we're reading. You're reading Against the Tide, a Little Mermaid novel. Oh, okay, okay, all right, cool, cool, cool. Ooh, what the Little Mermaid? Yeah, going to see it in theaters. All right, cool. I don't think I'll be able to see it in theaters for myself, but definitely happy to see everyone else watching in theaters. Yes, 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 indeed. But I have been meaning to see more films in theaters, definitely for the summer too. So yeah, but I will probably watch The Little Mermaid when it gets on Disney Plus. So I look forward to that. But I have other films in mind for what I want to watch in theaters. But yeah, I think that will be it. Going with a costume. Okay. All right. All right. All right. Yep. That sounds nice and fun. Fun indeed. Now let's get into our sprint. So I will pretty much see you all. Same. Yeah. Definitely go out and support indeed. So yeah, I think that'll be it. And yeah, I'll see you all in an hour. Hello, everyone. That was the end of that sprint. How did you all do? I have done some reading, but not a lot of progress. I have made it to chapter 4, specifically page 28. And again, I am indeed enjoying this. I'm quite loving it, but I am also intrigued about it as well. It's interesting. I'm not even quite annotating it, but I am highlighting some things. I just find it so interesting. Very interesting indeed. I am very glad that I stuck with this one though, because I'm just like, this is definitely a different kind of story that one would expect, especially by Roshni Chokshi, which to the looks of all of her series, they're all like fantasy, like heavily fantasy. This one, I can see the magic, but it's not the same kind of fantasy that we're used to seeing from her. So it's interesting to see that in her adult debut. Let me just catch up on comments. Where are we? Oh, hello, Stevie Reads. Let's see. I think you came in during the sprint. So, hi. What are you going to be reading? We only have time for one more sprint. So, you have pretty much came in just in time. Oh, cosplaying books. Hello. What are you reading? Oh, went from 36% to 50% of only a monster and now eating dinner. Okay, now that's some good progress. All right, here for that. Got to page 18. That's also good. Got about 45 pages of Trust of the Emerald Sea. The Brandon Sanderson Secret Project 1 I've been hearing about. So that's good. That's good. Finished A Good Immigrant. Still working on my review and IG post. Left me thinking a lot. Ooh, okay. Well, cannot wait to see your review on Instagram because now I'm curious about your thoughts and your rating. Very, very good. Very happy to hear and see that y'all have got some work done. Well, work and also some reading. Yep, it's been fun so far. That's good. That's good. Finish your cover letter. Hooray. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, I haven't done too much, but indeed, I'm indeed enjoying this. I'm liking this. I can see why for some people this would not work for them. I can definitely see it only like 28 pages in. I'm like, yeah, this is definitely not something everyone's gonna love. Or even those who come in for fantasy, I'm like, this is not gonna be quite like that. Yay, productivity. Yes. Yes, indeed. But yeah, Last Night of Flowerbright is indeed a very, very interesting book here. I definitely am intrigued to keep reading. I'm like, let's keep reading this. Keep reading indeed. It's definitely giving me a little bit of the slowness of gothic fiction. I'm like, okay. Interesting. Right now, it's a little bit on the faster pace side because we are learning more about. We're starting to see the bridegroom and Indigo build on with a relationship. They've already been married and going on with their marriage. It's also interesting to see like how the book also talks a little bit about marriage and kind of even somewhat comparing it to some fairy tales. At least love regarding it with fairy tales and devotion and how that relates to marriage. It's like, okay. Again, these are not concepts I'm really knowledgeable of, but it's interesting to read that in this book here. So I'm very much curious to see what's gonna happen next. Yeah, yay, indeed. I love nighttime sprints because I have nothing to do except read. You know what? You're definitely right. Maybe I should do some more nighttime sprints, like more evening nighttime sprints, because like I tend to read a lot more at night. Like even if I don't have a sprint or I'm not watching someone else doing sprints, if I'm just at home, I tend to just pick up a book around 5, 6, 7, 8 p.m. And I'm just like, well, time to read before bed, basically, even though I have like my laptop or my phone here. And I'm like, we're gonna read. We're gonna keep reading, and then I read past midnight. I literally have a bookmark that says I read past my bedtime. Where's that bookmark? See, that's my bookmark. I read past my bedtime. Like I make it a habit to read past bedtime. So definitely pretty much fits the vibe for tonight. It's really helpful for me to do this as a group. Yes. That's why I always be like, you know what? I need to like schedule sprints way more often. I mean, not like more often, but like I definitely need to make it a habit to schedule sprints, especially during the middle of the month. Cause I feel like when people do sprints, they tend to do like the beginning of the month as like a start for the new month, or the end of the month, it's just for cramming. But not a lot of sprints are happening during the middle of the month. And I'm like, we need more sprints during the middle of the month, unless there's like a readathon going on or something, which it tends to happen some months and some months not either. But yeah, definitely. I really do like reading sprints. This stuff doing as a group with other people is literally the best vibe ever. It really is. Ooh, that sounds interesting. The book. It is interesting. Like I don't think there's a lot. I mean, I think there is still some hype regarding the book, at least on Bookstagram. I don't know too much on like BookTube, but I have seen some people at least read it and put it in their TBRs, and I've seen a few people in their monthly wrap ups. I mean, this is a new release, and actually, this is actually an anticipated release for me for this year. Not my most anticipated, like Yellowface, but it is an anticipated release that I have planned to read this year. So, um, yeah, definitely looking forward for more people to read this. It is something though I can definitely tell that not a lot of people are gonna necessarily love, but I do see some people at least enjoying, at least for the writing. Now, for some people, I think they're thinking like, oh, it's just the writing that's good. But honestly, I think there's something more regarding than just the writing. Maybe not quite like the characters, because I'm not quite connected to the characters, but I am indeed intrigued. And that's honestly all I need for some characters. Sometimes I'm not going to connect with all of them, but as long as I'm intrigued with them, like I have an interest in I'm interested in their journey, then it doesn't matter for me if I connect with them or not. So yeah, I love that bookmark. I need it, like for real. I actually found it in a Barnes. I actually found it in a Barnes and Noble once, so that's how I found this. I don't know about anywhere else, but that's how I found it. I fear we're joining sprints for readathons. I'm not doing, even though it's perfectly fine if I do. Yeah, I have definitely done that this month because I think this month is an escape the readathon. Yeah, because I do remember Remathon was happening last month. Now this month it's escape the readathon. So sometimes I have been just joining in the sprints. Maybe not even putting anything in the chat, but I'm just like, oh well, we got sprints, and even though I'm not here for the readathon, I'm just here for sprints because like I just need sprints. Sprints is literally the best way for me to just read, especially for long periods of time and getting a lot done in a book. So I'm always here for doing that. So there's no shame. There is no shade towards joining sprints meant for readathons that you're not participating in. It's definitely fine. It's a weird feeling, but it's definitely fine. As long as they don't know that you just sliding in. I think you're fine. It's so good. Even if they did know it, it don't matter. It does not matter. Let's see. We'll start our final sprint in in a couple of minutes. Now the question is for our final sprint. Should it still be an hour? Or should we do a little bit more? For a final. Maybe the final sprint can still be an hour. Yeah, let's just keep it an hour. Let's not make it too long. Because right now it is almost 10:30, and I don't want to keep you all for too long. But definitely look forward to more evening sprints because it just feels nice. I'm good with an hour. Yeah, let's stick to the hour. Love that you do longer sprints. Yeah, like I need the long sprints. I need to be here for hours on end because I got books to read. Okay. I have a physical TBR to get to, and then there's other books I want to read, but then I'm like, well, I might as well just borrow that from the library kind of thing, whether it's a physical or an audiobook. So I gotta be here for the sprints. So yes. Definitely always expect some sprints. Like I try to like announce when I do my sprints, like around like on my Instagram or my or on sometimes I try to make sure it's seen at least on YouTube if people like put in the notifications. Yeah, an hour is great. Yeah. Ooh, an hour. Yes. I love long sprints. Yes, indeed. But yeah, definitely expect some long sprints for me. I always like to do like at least an hour long sprint because I need time to read. So, yes, let me stop the break because there's no point. All right, let me share the screen again. Okay, can this thing stop showing up again? I'm getting tired of it. Yes. All right, y'all. Let me just put in the comment. There you go. So now y'all know that this is the final sprint. And I'll see you all in an hour. Hello, everyone. That was the end of our final sprint. Let me know how y'all did. So let me just catch up on the comments real quick. Hello, Harry. Just popped in to say hi. Currently editing. All right, all right, all right. Did you get some editing done? Because I know this was commented a while ago. So I want to know if you've done with editing or at least gotten further in. Yes, Harry's indeed here. Just joining at 20 minutes left, drinking my wine and finishing. Funny you should ask by Alyssa Sussman. Oh well, welcome to the sprints. This was our actually our final sprint, but let us know anyways in the chat how far you've gone into it. Got to 63%, and it had a very cute little moment between the two main characters. All right, that's some good progress for sure. Another 40 pages of trust. This has been a great sprint. I'm glad. Very happy to hear. And especially with 40 pages, that's a lot. Nice. Joined the last 20 minutes of the sprint and read 5% of my book. Cool. Welcome, book tribe. Read 23 pages. Nice. I did pretty okay. Thank you for these sprints. I'm looking forward to more in the future. Definitely. Definitely we'll have sprints in June. Now, as far as when, don't really have a date, but as far as time wise, roughly around the same time as these sprints. I mean, for me, it was 5 p.m. Central, but I'll definitely go into more in the night for sure. Read 40 pages of Sword of Kaigen. Oh my God, it's making me suffer so good. Ooh, yeah, I'm definitely out of that then to the TBR because I've been hearing some things about Sword of Kaigen. Let me just actually put that in my. Okay, there you go. Sword of Kaigen by M.L. Wong. Yep, I need that to my to be read so I do not forget about it. Made it to page 38. Trust me, that's amazing as a slow reader, honestly. I feel that. I truly feel that because I actually made it. I've actually, for anyone who's new here, I've been reading The Last Tale of the Flower Bride by Roshni Chokshi. I have made it to chapter 7, page 51, which is pretty good. Again, I'm also a pretty slow reader too, and I'm like, dang, I made it to page 51. Let's go. And on top of that, I've already finished a book in the earlier on in the sprint, so definitely made some progress with these sprints. Let's go. I have less than 20 pages left of the book. Nice. But it sucks though that this was our last sprint though. But that's so awesome though. You can definitely finish that. Maybe before bed or tomorrow. I want to finish my book, but I'm exhausted, so I should probably sleep. Not gonna lie, I'm definitely on team sleep, then finish the book. But sometimes I'm also like team finish the book, then sleep. But it depends on how much there's left. If there's if you feel like there's enough that you could still finish before really going to sleep, then I definitely recommend maybe just finishing before you go to bed. But if you're very tired, then just go to sleep. The book will wait on either way. Is the books behind you a twisted tale like the Disney villain backstories? The book behind me. I don't know which book you're referring to, cause I have my manga here, and as for Fullmetal Alchemist, the okay, my fingers. The book over here is actually Harryana's picture book. It's called My Lady Perfidy. It's pretty much a based on like Miraculous Ladybug, like the show, but more on like Gabriel Gresson, Natalie Soncoeur, and more like her own fanfic version of it in its picture with actual photos. And it's actually really good. I definitely recommend you reading that. But I don't really have anything regarding Disney villain backstories. I don't know if there's anything behind me. I'm not totally sure specifically what else is behind me. I don't really have anything with Disney villain backstories like at all. But as far as like on the actual behind me, like on my head, I have book of the month books here. Okay, where's my head going? And then over here, I have some. Oops, wrong side. Nope, wrong side. Chloe Gong books over here, and there's Silver Under Nightfall up there, and there's some other books behind me. Babel, my copy of Babel's behind me as well. I have all kinds of books. You did great. You read far in your book. I'm proud of everything on here for everyone everything on here for making progress. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. If I can't sleep, I'll probably end up reading a bit because even if I'm tired, I can never sleep at a good time. Honestly, same. Same here. But yeah, I'm always team just kind of finishing the book before I go to bed. And then if I have to review it, I'm like, review it in the morning. I'm just gonna be like, oh, look, I read the thing. Y'all will get a review when I wake up, kind of thing. That's just how I roll. Whenever I finish a book, I'm super tired. I can't remember it. I'm team read it in the morning or like a cuppa. Yeah. Sometimes you just have to read it in the morning when your brain's like more awake. The ones with figures. Oh. Yeah. I mean, the ones that figures here is Fullmetal Alchemist, like the entire manga series. I finally was able to get all the omnibus versions, so that's where those ones are. The ones over here is My Lady. There you go, My Lady Perfidy right there, which is by Haryana Hook, and the figurines are here actually, but from Wakanda Forever. We have Queen Ramona, we have Nakia, we have Okoye, and then over here we have Tiana, and then First Lieutenant Riza Hawkeye from Full Alchemist. So that's what we got back there. Gee, I love Miraculous. Yeah, I don't really love Miraculous like I used to, but I still have some fond memories of it since I have been watching the show for a long time. So yeah. But I definitely if you do love Miraculous though, and you want like more of a version of Miraculous that has kind of less to do with much less about with superheroes and more like Gabriel and Natalie, then definitely go with this picture book. It's very short and it's on Haryana Hook's store. So if you want a copy, definitely check out there. Oh yeah, that's true. The movie does come on Netflix, which honestly don't really like the fact that it's only on Netflix in the United States, but Europe gets a theatrical release. I don't know. Kind of shady there. Kind of shady. I love Koi Gong books. Me too. As of right now, where is anything? There you go. As of right now, I only have. I mean, of course, she only has her YA stuff right now. She does have her adult debut coming out in July, which I am indeed intrigued by, but I'm not totally sure if I'm as excited about it as I used to be. I don't know, something about it being not quite like being because it's inspired by Anthony and Cleopatra, which honestly I'm not even familiar with that play at all. It's the fact that there's been some people comparing it to the Hunger Games. That I'm just like, I don't know how I feel about that. Most because I've never read the Hunger Games and I've never seen the movies, so I don't know how I'm gonna feel about it being compared to the Hunger Games like that. I don't know. I do not know. Yeah, very stoked. Loved all the puns in Miraculous. Yes. Miraculous is indeed pretty punny when it wants to. But yeah, that's pretty much the end of our sprints. Thank you all for coming to these sprints. I don't know if there's anything in the description. Actually, I just realized I don't know if there's anything in the description. There should be links down below, I think. I hope. I don't know. Oh, I feel like being compared to the Hunger Games just means it has a competition. Yeah, that's the thing. I'm just like, does everything that has to do with the deadly competition have to always relate to, or maybe not relate, always have to be compared to the Hunger Games? It's really weird. I don't like that. So I know it's one of my favorite Far Star in April. Wow. All right. Cool, cool, cool. I actually read these Behind the Lights, I think, in 2021. And I read the last one I call this year. Yeah, that was a 5-star read for March. One of my favorites. Just got into Miraculous. Nice. Yes, thank you. Thank you indeed. Thank you to the sprints. Thank you for the sprints. Really need some motivation. Always here for some reading sprints for motivation because I need motivation too. Trust me. If y'all were like, dang, I could really use some reading sprints, trust me too. I love me some reading sprints. But yes, thank you all again for coming to this channel. Again, do I have any links in the description? I'm trying to think. Yes, I do. I do have links to my link tree, which has links to my all the socials. So if you want to follow me and be notified of when I do sprints or whatever else I'm doing in my life, definitely go to my Instagram for sure. I'm very active on my Instagram. I do have a Twitter. Not quite. Okay, no, stop it. I forgot the kitty timer thing is still going. I'm not as active on Twitter, but I do at least retweet some stuff. So you can follow me on Twitter. I have Goodreads. I have yes, thank you as well, Oompa Loompa. I have Goodreads. I have Storygraph. I also have Letterbox. I know I said when I first started this channel that I will talk about film stuff. I have yet to do anything with Gardening with Films, so I don't know when that's ever going to happen. But hey, if y'all want to know what I've been watching and been logging and stuff, then definitely go on my Letterbox for sure. I have all that. Yeah, I think that is basically it. Now, as far as content for the future, um I can't really say on when things are coming out because I'm not that kind of a content creator. I'm the kind of content creator that likes to just make things and then hopes that things will come out in a certain month, and then if it doesn't come out a certain month, then it either doesn't never comes out or it will come out the next month. So who knows? But one thing's for sure to look forward to is a dedicated reading vlog for Yellowface because I now finally have my own copy. And I also got the audiobook. So yeah, dedicated reading vlog is definitely happening. So look forward to that. I do have a book review video coming out. Now, as far as when it's gonna come out, I genuinely have no idea. I have no idea when it's gonna come out. So still look for it though, because it's gonna come out. It's definitely coming out. I'm not scrapping the idea. I just need to figure out my own logistics on the things. But yeah, look forward to book review and a dedicated reading vlog for Yellowface. Yeah, that's pretty much all I'm gonna say. But anyways, thank you all again for coming on to this channel. And please, if you like these sprints and want to be notified when I do sprints the next time for the next month or any other month or whatever impromptu sprints I possibly could do, then definitely subscribe and make sure you clicked on the bell part so y'all be notified for any reading sprints and future videos. And I will see you all pretty much in my next video, whenever that is. So bye bye. Good night. Good night.